This one is for you to sign. And then we'll go ahead and do a call to order. I'll do the land acknowledgement as people are settling in. And then we'll do the roll call, okay? So as Marina Coast Water District celebrates its 63rd year providing publicly owned water service to its customers in Marina and the Ord community, we acknowledge that our service area is located on the traditional lands of the Esselen people. They are known today as the Ohlone Coastanoan Esselen Nation. We respect their elders, past, present, and emerging, for they hold the memories, traditions, culture, and hopes of the Esselen people. We also acknowledge the government of the Ohlone Coastanoan Esselen Nation and appreciate the spiritual role it plays today in preserving the cultural, historical, and heritage beliefs of the Esselen people. And finally, we are grateful that they share their traditional lands with us. All right, thank you, and roll call, please.
Director Imamura,
Present.
Director Moore,
Here.
Director Morton,
Here.
Vice President Cortez, absent, and President Schreiner.
Here. Thank you very much. That brings us to number 3, a presentation to adopt resolution 2023-47 in recognition of Jose Rodriguez, System Operator 2, for 20 years of service with the Marina Coast Water District.
Well, I'm gonna invite them all and.
Hey.
They're having a party out there with
We're celebrating outside. You go over there if you want, or stand over here wherever you'd like.
Nice.
If you sit in that seat, you have to do a lot. I'll sit there.
Oh,
All right, good evening, board, members of the audience. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. So tonight we have Jose Rodriguez that we're appreciating for 20 years of service to the district. He did a quick Google search, and Google never lies, right? So the average tenure is 4 years. They have that beat by 5 times, so. As always, I like to do some fun facts on these long 10-year presentations. So Jose started with the district November 17th, 2003 as a collection system operator. At that time, a gallon of gas was $1.83. This one really drives home the fact the average cost of a new home, about $246,000.
oh my God.
And then we saw the first governor went into office, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he was sworn in as 38th governor in November of 2003. So a lot changed since then. In 2006, so they became the district fat, oil, and grease, or we call it fog inspector. And then he currently still does that role today. That is an important role in the district. So he does outreach to the businesses and ensures compliance with the ordinance for fog, and this is important to prevent SSOs, backups, and environmental concerns. In 2012, so they became a system operator 2 when the district combined departments between collections and water. As part of that, he has some special duties. One of those are climbing and inspecting all of our reservoirs. So out there at Central Marina, that big green tank that's about 60 feet, right, Jose? He goes on a regular basis, dons the gear up, goes to the top and inspects all that. So which is a very important role, as we talked about during the tour a couple weeks ago. The other thing he does is he maintains and ensures all the preventive maintenance is done on the heavy fleet. This includes the off-road and our big vehicles that are Vector and Jetter. And as we continue to grow in size in our fleet, it's a big role undertaking. He does that on top of his normal duties. Jose's certification, he has a D3 through the state, which is distribution, a treatment grade 2, a CWA, grade 2 for collections, and then a CCTV inspection. Jose's one of the go-to guys for any hard to find sewer manhole or sewer line, and he's also one of the main operators on our CCTV program. So Jose has a great upbeat personality. He's a pleasure to be around. That resonates with the rest of the department, and we appreciate having him here, and it's an honor to be here to appreciate him for 20 years. So with
Yeah.
that, turn it over.
All right, were there any questions by the board?
No, I just want to acknowledge that these two gentlemen walked in, I knew they were your sons. You all are very handsome. Yeah.
All right, any members of the public wishing, oh, excuse me, we don't even have a motion yet, we're all clapping already.
Well, being the oldest board member, I'd like to exercise the privilege of making the motion to approve resolution 2023-47 and say thank you to Jose for 20 years.
Second.
And a second, motion and a second, this is where we usually go out to the public then, is there anyone who'd like to say anything? Oh, there's a hand up in the, okay, we'll do the Zoom hand first. Can the staff unmute?
They have to unmute themselves.
Okay, and for the phone person, I believe if you press *6,
There are 6.
then you can unmute yourself at this point. The staff have done their part on this end, and if you press *6, then you can unmute there.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Phil Clark, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to tell Jose and Derek, last year, they brought the vac truck to a public event that Marina Coast was doing at the Marina Coast, or excuse me, at the Marina Library, and your asset, your truck, was the center of attention, and Jose had a bigger smile than the little kids and the big kids like us, and it's having an asset like Marina Coast can provide is that in a public forum, it was a major hit, and it was the longest line, longer than popcorn. And so thank you, Jose and Derek, for providing the asset to a public event. Thank you, and congratulations for 20 years. And thank you again.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Clark. Anyone else in the Zoom wish to raise their hand? Okay, then we're gonna bring it to the room here, and there's some people in the public who'd like to speak in the room. Yeah.
I'm gonna stay seated. I just wanna say, Jose, it's such an awesome, pleasure to have you on the team. Like coming in the morning and like Bill said, seeing your big smile, it's so true. Like it makes everyone's day so much better, and you're so knowledgeable, and just having you there to ask questions, even, about anything, you're always ready and willing to help answer anything or help me get something if I need it. So I just want to say thank you so much, and it's awesome working with you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make a comment?
Well, I would like to say something, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say thank you to Marina Coast District. These 20 years for me, it's been really like, feel like it's 5 years, to be honest with you. And that's because all the people that are working around me, my co-workers, really good people, always, we get all the support that we need, I feel everybody, Marina Coast District as my second family. I appreciate the board, because you always do everything for us. And Derek, I appreciate, you know, all the stuff that you do, for us, all the technology, all the, I mean, sometimes it seems like we don't feel appreciated, you know, what you do, but we are so happy with everything you've been done for us. Joe, supervisor, really good person, you know, person with a lot of knowledge, and that's why, that I've been 20 years with the district. That's because I love the environment that we have. The management is great, and I really appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna add, Jose to say he will be Tony's record of 43 years.
You're halfway there.
You said 43, okay.
I'll do better than that.
43. Anyone else wishing to say a few? All right, yes?
I just had a question. So what are you gonna do now?
Oh,
Stay for 20 more.
23.
Hopefully, you know, if they let me, I'll stay another 2 years, so.
Great.
We can manage that, sir.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce your family?
Sure, this is my wife, Vicky,
Hi.
that's my son, Miguel, his wife, Ali, my
Hi.
granddaughter. Jane, that's my son, my little son, Alex. My other son, he's on the way from the airport right now, but, you know, what we must be. Yes, you're in all my family, and I can see soon. Two of my sisters, and one of my brothers, Pablo, Lucero, and Monica.
Oh, my God.
It's really great. It's really great that you think of us as a second family, because clearly your first family is very strong, so I love it. Thank you. Now, let's bring it back to the board then for the roll call vote.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Morton,
Yes.
Vice President Cortez is absent, and President Schreiner.
Yes. Thank you. Now, usually the next step is I get to read the resolution. And then I get to give you the plaque and the certificate. I'm just telling you, I have a little cold, and so I'll take the mask off only for the picture for a minute. I won't breathe on you. I'll hold my breath. But let's see if I can get through the reading. A lot of it has already been explained by our O&M manager, Craig. But tonight, resolved by the Board of Directors of Marina Coast Water District at a regular meeting duly called and held. I don't know if I can get through.
Duly called and held on November 13th, 2023 at 920 Second Avenue, Suite A, Marina, California. Whereas Joe Rodriguez joined the district as a collection system operator on November 17, 2003. And in 2006, Jose became the district's fats, oil, and grease inspector and continues that role today. And in 2012, Jose became a system operator 2 with the district and currently performs water distribution, recycled water, and sewer collection duties. And whereas on top of Jose's normal operating duties, he performs special duties, which include inspection of the district's potable water storage tanks and ensuring all the district's heavy fleet and equipment are maintained. And whereas Jose has actively sought out state certifications and currently holds a California Environmental Water Association Collection Systems Maintenance Grade 2, a State Water Resources Control Board Water Distribution Operator Grade 3, and SWRCB, which I believe is the State Water Resources Control Board, Water Treatment Plant Operator Grade 2, and a certification through the National Association of Sewer Service Companies for sewer mainline inspection. That's a lot. And Jose is currently the most senior operations and maintenance staff member with his 20 years of tenure with our district. And Jose has an upbeat personality that resonates through the department and is always willing to help out his fellow coworkers. Whereas Jose's longstanding dedication to the district has helped ensure safe potable water and uninterrupted sewer flows to the district customers. We, the board, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Marina Coast Water District does hereby recognize and appreciate Jose Rodriguez for 20 years of service to the Marina Coast Water District, hereby presenting him with a plaque and a certificate, and wishes him continued success and many more years with the district. So we have just passed and adopted this resolution today, and we thank you for your service.
They go over there.
Wanna go?
I'll go, yeah, I'll go over there.
Why don't you go in front of the tank sign outside, the beautiful backdrop, instead of this?
Yeah, yeah, no longer.
On the wall.
The family should be in the pictures.
Yes, yeah.
Go, go, go.
Okay.
All right. Everybody to the lobby.
It's a good looking family. So cute.
Yeah.
Are we off the record for a while? Staff, that was so nice of you guys all to come and recognize him. It's so valuable. I mean, clearly he's well liked.
Yeah.
That is really impressive for us to see that. And his family on the line.
Yep. Yeah.
I wish my family loved me.
Very good. All right then.
Well, that was a good beginning.
I like that.
Nice.
Very
Now
awesome.
we have to go to closed session.
It's gonna be all. Same thing. Smiles all the way.
Okay, before we go to close, we have the public comment on closed session items. Anyone wishing to address the board on matters appearing on the closed session may do so at this time. Please limit your comments to 4 minutes. The public may comment on any other items listed on the agenda at the time they're considered by the board. Disruptive behavior may result in the removal of the individual responsible. Anyone who is on Zoom wishing to weigh in on the items of the closed session, 5A through C. I don't see any Zoom hands going up yet. Okay, and there's no members of the public left in the room. So we'll go on to the closed session, 5A, B, and C, as listed on the agenda. For a bag.
Need a click?
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Just one action item, right?
Yeah, but it's a big one. Okay, we are reconvening. Open session. I would like to ask that, Council Hog, handle the reportable actions announced.
Nothing to report on a closed session.
Yes. Thank you very much. That brings us to the pledge of allegiance, Trustee Memorial, recently. With your chief leader.
Ready? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much.
If you guys are cool, go ahead and post that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want me to close it?
Okay, thank you, Vice President Cortez. We're up to number 8, oral communications. Anyone wishing to address the board on matters not appearing on the agenda may do so at this time. Please limit your comment to 4 minutes. The public may comment on any other items listed on the agenda at the time they are considered by the board. Disruptive behavior may result in removal of the individual responsible. So if you are a member of the public and you wish to speak on any items not on the agenda, please raise your Zoom hand so that we will know you wish to speak. I don't see any hands going up. We'll bring it back to the room. Anyone wishing to speak, items not on the agenda. All right, then we'll move along to number 9, the consent calendar. Any directors wishing to approve anything tonight? Yep.
Item number 90.
And B is in Bravo,
Yes.
okay. Any other directors, any other items?
Now I move approval of the balance of the consent agenda excluding 9B as in boy.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second before us. Any member of the public wishing to comment or? I don't see anyone putting up a Zoom hand. We'll bring it back and have a roll call vote. please.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Morton,
Yes.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Vice President Cortez,
Yes.
and President Schreiner.
Yes, that's 5 ayes, consent carries for A, C, and D is in surplus. So back to 9B is in Bravo.
Okay, I just wanted to just a reminder of the board, I was not there, so I'll be abstaining from that item, so.
Okay,
Move approval.
Second.
all right. Any further comment from the public? Any further comment from the board? We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote on item B is in Bravo.
Director Morton,
Yes.
Director Imamura,
Abstain.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Vice President Cortez,
Yes.
President Schreiner.
Yes, motion passes 4-1 for the abstention. Okay, we go on to 10. This is an important item. It's been a complicated situation for a long time. Is to receive a presentation on the district cost center separation and the Proposition 218 process. I just want to mention that because it's been complicated, I wanted to give this a lot of time, and hopefully all of us will walk away with clarity and a comprehensive understanding of this difficult situation. We're gonna stop at each section for questions. All right, does that make sense? What I mean, each section, like the first section being the old document for us, with us and the agreement, right? Then we'll have a question and answer. Then we'll have the board action that created the ordinance, and then Q&A. And then there's a third piece. It's a little study. All right, everybody ready to dive into this?
You dedicated time, I figured 15 minutes and it'd be wrapped up.
Well, you might be right. I just want to make sure that everybody is really clear, because it's complicated and it's been going on a long time.
So hopefully we can make it as straightforward as possible.
Thank you.
Good evening, board of directors and staff and members of the public. Since it sounds like we're gearing up generally for our next Prop 218 process and some other questions have come up, and it's been, I've been going back and preparing for this, it's been quite a while since we've actually sat down and gone through Prop 218. And so I think this evening, what we'd kind of like to do is just jump into it, go over some of the history of Marina Coast. Taylor, you go to the next one. We'll get kind of into some of the history of Marina Coast and how it wound up with these various cost centers. We'll touch on Prop 218. I don't expect we'll get too deep in Prop 218, but we'll get it as kind of the main nuts and the bolts is how it affects you folks in the rate setting process. We'll walk into some of the different features of the Marina and the Ord cost centers. We'll walk through actually the Corolla 2018 cost of service and rate study, since that was the last time since we went through this process, and then there's some final issues. Just some opening things to point out. Just if you look at the map on the right, I'm sorry, go back, Tail. If you look at the map on the right, the top part right, you all are familiar with the Marina boundary. Just note the size between the Marina boundary and the Ord boundary. I also did want to say, you know, President Schreiner, you mentioned kind of how it's complicated, and I did want to point out that it is unique for a water district to kind of an established water district to jump in and take on a different area and start servicing that area. It's unique, and it's even more unique because you have because you have the base closure. And so there's a lot of factors that go into it, but I'm hopeful that once we kind of run through it tonight, it'll go ahead and it'll make a little bit of sense. Taylor, next, please. These are all pretty basic facts. Marina County Water District was formed in 1960. And at the time it was water only, and that was to the unincorporated territory or community of Marina. In 1970, it got into the sewer business. It started providing sewer to that area. In 1994, Marina County Water District changed its name to Marina Coast. That's also when Fort Ord closed. In 1998, Marina Coast Water District was selected as the water and sewer purveyor for the former Fort Ord. In 2001, we have the U.S. Army quit claiming all of the deed from the infrastructure located on former Fort Ord to FORA and then to Marina Coast. And then in 2018 was really kind of the last and largest significant annexation at the time. It was of the Ord areas that Marina Coast served or that were otherwise entitled. I would point out, and for simplicity's sake, tonight we'll mainly focus on water, the Marina Water Service District and the Ord Water Service District, but there's 4 that are applicable, both sewer and water, and the rationale for having those different service centers between water and sewer are applicable to both. The other thing I want to point out is so basically from 1960 until 2000, so for 40 years, Marina Coast served only within its own jurisdictional boundaries. It had 40 years to kind of build and create a system that was marina centric. And that'll become important once we get into it for some of the rationale. The next slide, Tim. So it's unusual for water districts to serve outside of their jurisdictional boundaries to begin with. Normally you have LAFCO that says you can provide this service. It's extraterritorial service under the government code for those sorts of things. LAFCO, basically there's conditions under which a district can serve outside of its boundaries. And the whole point of that is, well, you don't want a district to start serving outside of its boundary, induce growth, and the next thing you know, it's got a whole enterprise outside out on its hands. It's not really accountable to anybody. So LAFCOs are kind of set up to ensure that everybody stays within their boundaries. These internecine battles, that's kind of the place where they're resolved. So the vehicle under which Marina Coast undertook to provide this extraterritorial water service started with this March 13, 1998 Water Wastewater Facilities Agreement. That's between FORA and Marina Coast. That really kind of set the stage, the terms under which Marina Coast would start providing out of bounds service to Fort water and sewer. Roger Massoud has a kind of an interesting point. He likens.
Sorry, Council Hobbs. You want to ask questions, sorry?
Well, it's not a question to say, and I don't know whether this is particularly germane or instructive, but prior to this date, the Army looked around for someone to operate the system under contract to the Army. And they hired us. But this was, I believe, before that date. So we already had some experience with approval of the Army in this regard.
I see. Okay.
Please feel free if there's questions. Don't worry about me.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm reading paragraph 1.2. And I believe that provision, government code section 67679, I want you to register this, is in a portion of the government code that is no longer enacted. It's dead.
Okay.
So anybody that there's nobody now that dictates what FORA does or any rights that were empowered by that act died also. Just file that away.
Sure. With the potential qualifier to the extent certain authorities may have been assigned.
It was already assigned to us and it's done. That's my point.
Sure.
That's my point. There's no people stepping into FORA if you don't have the authority that was granted under an act, because the act is dead. You're done. And so it's all us.
At the time, FORA acted almost as a pseudo CPUC, and meaning that complaints went to FORA. If you were outside of the Marina Coast boundaries and you had complaints with the service, you went to FORA, and then FORA would then bring it up with Marina Coast. Next slide. You can run through these provisions at your leisure, but what it really did, and this is getting into finances between the two service areas. What this really says is that the Ward service area was gonna be its own, budgeted for, its own costs. We're gonna be independent of the Marina budget. Therefore, I had oversight in that they could, basically, Marina Coast, when it submitted the budget, which included the rates, compensation packages and the like, Flora could comment on it, and the parties kind of had to agree what those numbers would be. Yes,
So as to the separate fund accounting,
yes.
I was on board when we had explicit discussion over this. And it was quite clear that our ratepayers would not support us taking on an Army system that we had already been maintaining for a number of years and knew its condition was not great. We also we knew that Fora had ambitious plans, but we didn't know what they were. So we had no idea what costs might be entailed. And we were not about to burden the mostly blue class residents of Central Marina with a bunch of subsidy costs for the redevelopment of the former corridor. And the board quite explicitly insisted the general manager negotiate that term into the agreements with Fora.
That's one commonality that extraterritorial service generally has, is that, and normally the way it comes up, General Manager Scherzinger and I were talking about, there was a law that was enacted in 2018 for failing water systems and for disadvantaged communities. The state, if you fail so many quality tests, the state water board will actually jump in and order you to be consolidated with a neighbor that's successful. The caveat is that the existing water district doesn't have to subsidize, those ratepayers don't subsidize the district being assumed. And so it's really, it's always been a political question as far as why should the ratepayers in one part of the territory basically subsidize and pay higher rates for the benefit of others, right? So that's kind of what's codified in the facilities agreement. The real point of it was to show that initially early on, Flora was always going to be independent, was always going to be separate. That's set forth in the manner, the vehicle under which Marina Coast entered into the Orange service. Questions?
As part of this agreement, didn't we effectively promise to pay annually a substantial amount of money to Fora?
We did.
Yes, the Flora was agreed to be paid a certain percentage of the Marina Coast revenues. That's right.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a franchise agreement?
kind of, sort of, yeah. And wasn't it, my recollection is, we
5%.
reached $1 million a year?
I can't speak to what it was yet. Flora also acted as kind of the planner. They were the ones responsible for coming up with what projects would be approved, the capacity charges for those projects, to finance and fund those projects. That was really kind of the governor that they had on growth.
And there were tremendous back and forths on capacity charges, because initially around this time frame, they insisted on zero capacity charges because the four developers were going to experience such extraordinary other costs redeveloping the former military base that they couldn't possibly pencil out if they had to pay capacity charges. And besides, the system was already there, even though it was ancient and creaky and not well documented.
My understanding, yes, early on, a political decision was made at Flora that in order to induce growth, they weren't going to have any or exorbitant capacity charges that developers would have to pay for the system that they take, quote unquote.
GM fought that. Yeah. The GM and the board lost that particular battle at that particular point in time. And just so you know, it took 4 or 5 years of the actual cost data that was plausible to Fora to get them to realize that that wasn't going to work for us, which is how we ended up with the 50% capacity charge business and the surcharge onto the water meters of those who got installed in that 10 or 12 year period of time.
Yeah. I don't touch that one right now, actually, but I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
And on the timeline, I think that, the fact that the water district was formed in 1960 and being county rather than municipal, you know, because the city of Marina was not yet
Right.
incorporated, yeah, that was 1975. And then, you have a question?
I'll comment that.
Okay, I think you're gonna get to the Prop 218, but remind me when it was enacted,
1996,
96?
1996.
1996, okay. And you have a comment?
Yes, so just to kind of solidify this, this agreement is here before us because you're showing us that from the very beginning, there was a separation of Central Marina and the Ore community, right? As far as the cost.
That's correct.
And this facility agreement drove a change in the ordinance, or that's coming next?
That's a part of it.
Okay,
Yes, that's a part of it.
okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess the real issue is that there wasn't a need for an ordinance until, because there was only, prior to that, the day of the ordinance was 06, prior to that, there was only the marina, so there was no need for an ordinance for the separate cost accounting.
So at the time, all that was needed was this agreement then, to separate.
Yeah, I don't think that at the time, I don't know that, and again, I can't speak to that, I certainly wasn't there, but there was no ordinance, because I don't know that everybody had a handle on exactly what they were getting into and on what, because this was brand new, on what the relationship was gonna be like. And so the ordinance itself was a function of the experience of going through several seasons with Fora and the difference in expenses.
So Fora had a sunset date. And I eventually began asking some questions of predecessor council. What's gonna happen then when this agreement goes away? And there were concerns expressed by their board members. Well, once we annex the word community, in the next election or next over a period of 4 years, since we're at large, all the directors could come from the org community and decide to completely reverse this and start forcing Central Marina folks to subsidize what was going on the former Fort Org. So that was the reason for at least creating this ordinance.
But
to memorialize the separate cost center issues. I think the ordinance say until such time as the.
And we'll get into that and we'll get into how, with or without the ordinance, Prop 218 is gonna dictate what can and can't be done regardless.
Now it does.
yeah, that's why I was asking about the timing. Yeah, so Prop 218 was 1996 and the ordinance was 10 years later. Okay,
So you can go forward to two slides, please. And one. These are just a few basic differences. On the left, we have the Ord water system. There's 158.22 miles of pipeline compared to the Marina water service area, which is 48.15. The actual water delivered for Ord is 760,100 cubic feet to 6,380 customer accounts, as opposed to 590,000 over 4018. And I think the last one is really one of the big drivers is the Ord water system, and Derek can chime in if he wants. My understanding was that the Army, if they needed a pipe, they put in a pipe. If they needed something, they put it in, and there's no building code standard. It's the Army. There's no civilian codes that were required. They weren't worried necessarily about lifespan replacement and best practices. It just wasn't.
They used what
They
they
really
had.
either really overbuilt or really underbuilt. They didn't get that middle spot. So we call it plan order for a reason. We don't know.
Which is opposed to a California public water system that for 40 years has been, the rates have been paid to do one thing, to build a water system and maintain a water system. So they're two completely different animals. Next slide. And this leads us to the, ordinance. Yes, sir.
Before we get orders, can I point out something in comparison? This is just the water system we're looking at. The wastewater system, one of the significant differences is we have 4 sewer lift stations in Central Marina, which is relatively flat. Port Ord is not relatively flat, it has 14 sewer lift stations.
16.
Oh, I'm sorry, 16 now, yeah, right, because you guys built, oh,
Replaced, but.
whatever. Yeah, and they're expensive, they can be $1 million a pop, depending on capacity and so forth, and consume electrical power and require a lot of maintenance, et cetera. So another significant cost driver.
The point we're trying to drive is that there's a significant difference between just the nuts and bolts of the marina water and sewer system and the oil water and sewer system. There's just different engineering pieces. And so that brings us to Marina Coast Water District Ordinance 43. And I'll just read, it's 6.04050 in the code. For so long as justified by objective administration, engineering, financial, or legal consideration, and notwithstanding the termination of the district's water and wastewater agreement with the Fort Ord Reuse Authority, the MCW will account for its operations from the Ord Community Service Area as a separate fund within the general MCWD operation. The Ord Community Service Area Fund will have its own line items and account numbers, and will give the district the ability to report on revenues, operating, and capital expenses for the Ord Community Service Area. The one thing I do want to point out is the qualifier for so long as it's justified. And it leaves open the fact that it may come a day that with time and expenditure that there's equilibrium between the two systems, and once and if that happens, then it will be proper under both the ordinance and Prop 218 to combine.
The board expectation at the time of writing this was that Central Marina is relatively built out. It's not going to see a doubling of growth. We expect about the Ord community a doubling or maybe even tripling of growth, or even more over time, which would mean more customers to help bear the cost of all of this infrastructure and everything we have to do,
Well,
which might equalize the rates eventually.
you can look at it from one other standpoint. Okay, so the founders said, hey, we gotta do this, because we're gonna have all these new people in here, but we gotta protect our cost. We don't want to share it. You know, I'm just playing devil's advocate. And it's kind of like a Prop 13 thing, right? Hey, I bought my home, and so now my rates, I don't really care about these. We can see what's happened with Prop 13 with all the new development in here. They're paying a disproportionate amount of the property tax base because of the cost of their house. It's the same thing. I see it as kind of the same thing. Hey, we were here first. We don't want to, you know, even though we're going to benefit with all this new development coming in. And on top of that, the developers were putting in a lot of these infrastructure that you're talking about, which ultimately got passed on to the buyer of the home. So you got all these new communities, the Dunes, Sea Haven, and of course, now and the Scarce. They've all put in their infrastructure as part of the cost of the home. So I'm gonna let you go on here, but I'm just really dumbfounded as to how we have these two different cost centers when we basically had, you know, they didn't have anything to do with the new effort. I can understand. I remember, you know, your discussion about the Army putting in whatever, they didn't have any code, but all this new stuff coming in here is all up to current code. And it was put in by the developer, ultimately paid for by the purchaser.
And I think the point remains that maybe perhaps it's not there yet to where it's at equilibrium with the other rates. And there's just an added cost of maintaining and operating the infrastructure. We'll get to, I understand your argument, we'll get to the actual nuts and bolts of Prop 218.
Well, yeah, I'm really curious about the interpretation of that too.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Martin.
So just to this point is that with our drive-through tour, isn't it though also that the developers added new infrastructure, basically within the framework of whatever is their development? And that Marina Coast Water District, we still have all of the old infrastructure from the Army on the Ord areas that are in the common, I'll call it the common areas. But the developer didn't pay to replace everything. We're still hooking up to what is pre-existing and old infrastructure that we drove around and looked at. And some of it is near failure or we're concerned. So it isn't that the developer has built us a whole new water system or sewer system. They've only contributed to that portion, and I get that they've given some fees towards common places, but we aren't there where we're replacing it all.
And not to complicate it, but the capital costs themselves aren't the main drivers of the rates. The capital costs by and large are paid for by capacity charges. They're not a function of the water rate, which is primarily O&M of each system.
That's another question that I guess we'll get to going forward and really looking at the rates and whether or not how fair they actually are. Because we're still in a one size fits all in terms of, the sewage transport. Everybody's paying the same rate regardless of how much they're producing.
Probably, yeah, right.
So anyway, that's another issue.
Okay. Were there any questions on the, and we'll get specifically to some of these issues as we go forward. Were there any specific questions, additional questions on the order?
Do you see it as being, kind of redundant with Prop 218? Okay. Okay.
I do, but I think it gives, I think it still serves a purpose because it gives the board. I think it does provide, it provides a mechanism to keep potential decision makers coming to risk to saying, well, if my bill's gonna be lower, I'm not worried about Prop 218, I'm not worried about a lawsuit, I'm not worried about what is required by the rates. And so I think the ordinance itself gives direction to staff, gives direction to the consultants that they know what the job of their determination of the rates and where it starts. And in fact, when we get to the 2018 rate study, we'll raise, I mean, they specifically approach this understanding that their source of the cost center. They don't come into it trying to recreate the wheel or not, because they understand that embedded in these costs, embedded in the cost of the data lends itself to, it's just more expensive to do rain of water and rain of sewer, or excuse me, or water and sewer.
Do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, just to follow up, President Strider, when you said like it's a duplicate, who's driving it? Is it Property 218 driving this ordinance 43 of 2006? Or what's driving this?
No, I think Director Moore was quite open about what the ordinance drove that, and it was a political issue at the time. And I can't speak because I obviously wasn't around, but it essentially, the ordinance codifies the law in 218, is that it's the proportionality rule that if it costs more, if you have a certain class of customers, or it costs more to provide the service, they need to pay the proportionate share.
So this was 2016 and Fora, I'm sorry, 06, and Fora was going to supposedly sunset in
2014.
Yeah, 2014. So we're looking ahead. What happens when it sunsets? What happens to the term we saw in that earlier agreement? We're just left in limbo. So the board took action.
Well, my sense is even if we were to eliminate this ordinance, Prop 218 would still require that we would be looking at the two sort of levels of assets or levels of expenses.
I assume that to be the case. I mean, because the difference between, we'll just take Marina water or Marina and or water, for example. The difference between the two is fairly significant, and I don't think that over the last, since 2018, that it's fixed itself. The proportionality requirement of Prop 218 still exists.
Okay.
But Prop 218 could be modified, who knows, in the future, so.
I did hear a legislative update, sounds like it's gonna get more stringent if anything, but I don't know if those pass. the legislature.
And what if we find out, and it's happening now. If you go to the next, you haven't gone to the next slide. The amount of a fee imposed must not exceed the proportional cost of the service attributable to the parcel. But that's been ongoing. I mean, this whole one size fits all approach. You're overcharging people. People are being overcharged. And what happens if that's discovered over all these years? Can they go back and say, I've been overcharged all these years?
Who's being overcharged, I guess is my question.
Well, people for the service, to have their, I should have brought a bill there, so you could see the line item in the water bill. There's a separate charge to have your water sent out to the plant to get it, treated.
I mean, all I can tell you is,
To the parcel, so you have one person with one toilet living there. And they're paying the same amount of money as somebody with a family of 5.
You're talking about the wastewater.
Wastewater, the charge, the specific line item.
okay, I mean, I take what you're saying,
Yeah, I know you're kind of going over Jeremy, but I'm talking specifics here.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of curious what would happen in that case.
I mean, I can talk to you about it offline, or if you want to get into the actual process, they would need to submit, file a claim for a refund. And they would need to come up with documentation as to why they're owed, and then the board would have to consider it, and just like any other claim.
Well, that's what I'm kind of wanting, being here on the board, maybe looking at some possible liabilities.
But so just to clarify, you're saying that people are being overcharged because a neighbor, there's one person in one house A, and there's 4 people.
Same size house, same house,
Yeah.
but one person living there.
Yeah.
Next door, they have a family of 5.
Yeah. How is,
I will tell you that because they passed Prop 218, and it says what it says, and it's been clarified in subsequent appellate cases.
Right.
And the cases themselves say that it's impossible for a water district to come up with specificity for each parcel, so each person has a completely different bill based only on the parcel.
But that's not true.
I'm just telling you what the case law is,
Right.
and based
But
upon that,
in actuality, in practicality, there's a definite way of doing that. To make it much more proportional and fair.
okay, and I think that's a different conversation to have.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as what you want to see and what you think needs to go into a rate study,
Right.
because that's where all this occurs, is in the rate study itself. Right?
Okay.
To clarify though, the cases basically say that it's impossible to get if you have 1,000 customers, it's impossible to get every customer with the exact certainty of what their bill is. So it allows you to group customers into classes. And so long as the classes pass the reasonable cost of service, and that's what suffices as far as Prop 18. That's what the law.
So Graham, hasn't it historically, and I'm not necessarily saying it's right, but hasn't it historically been common practice for single family home wastewater charges to be identical from one single family home to the next in many other water districts in the state?
You can say that, yes. And I think that the thought process that leads to that place is that just like we deliver capacity to a certain meter, we're delivering capacity to a house, whether you flush 100 times or whether you flush 1 time, the house has the ability to deliver one whole household's worth of service. I think that, so as it relates to what we're trying to do here is to set what are the bookends with which the board is going to operate to set its rates. And so we're trying to understand what the rules are around us. I can speak from the staff side as we're beginning to prepare to build rates. We are looking at opportunities to sharpen our pencil and make sure that we better understand the level of service that we're delivering.
So 2 follow-up questions. Number one, is that principle been more or less has it withstood little challenge, at least in the past? Single family homes having the same wastewater charge.
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any districts where the wastewater charge is somehow connected to the total water consumption?
Yes.
Yes.
So that would turn into a political decision on the part of our board, if there were the will on the board to.
I don't know why it should be political, you know? That you have a condo or an apartment.
The board makes the decision.
Yeah, that's what I meant by political.
Well, I see what you're saying. But to me, it should be cut and dry.
There's a number of ways that a governing body can arrive at the correct rate that passes muster under the text of Prop 218. And to the extent there's multiple paths, that requires different values and different judgment calls. So in that sense, it's a political issue.
So something like what I just mentioned, your wastewater charge being related to water consumption would potentially work for us. But it wouldn't work for Pacific Grove. Because Cal-Am doesn't share its water consumption data with the city of Pacific Grove. And the wastewater collection charge, the city manages that system, not Cal-Am. So there are plenty of towns around here where they have to go with a fixed amount of a flat rate. Anyway, sorry, that's a discussion for a future time. I didn't mean to derail.
So were there other questions on? Okay,
Okay, moving on.
Taylor, you can move forward to the, what's this, Prop 26? There you go. As we discussed, Prop 26 was a California ballot initiative that was approved by the electorate in 1996.
What did you
We
read?
generally talk about it in terms of fees and charges. What's that?
We keep referring to 26, I'm going, what are you reading?
Oh, did I say 26?
Yeah.
Oh,
Three
I meant
times.
Prop 18.
Double side.
We'll get to 26.
I'm wearing glasses tonight.
That's okay. If you add the number somewhere, it's 26.
Sure.
We talk about 218 in terms of fees and charges and water rates. Prop 218 is actually broader than that. And just kind of for background, and Director Moore, you mentioned Prop 13. Prop 218 is the next progeny of Prop 13. It dealt with property taxes. And so what Prop 218 deals with, it limited basically the Howard Jarvis folks thought that agencies were trying to get away around Prop 13 by recouping otherwise expenses they couldn't get through fees and charges and assessments and like.
They're still doing it.
Well, there you go. And so they came up with Prop 218, and Prop 218 speaks in terms of charges that are made incidental to real property ownership or property related charges. For this conversation, we'll talk about water charges because the main bulk of 218 charges are water, sewer, I think garbage collection are the main three. There's two parts of 218. There's what we call the substantive requirements, and then there's the procedural aspect. And I believe there's 6 substantive requirements, but I just kind of put up the main 3. The first is that revenues derived from the charge must not exceed the funds required to provide the service. Revenues derived from the fee must not be used for any other purpose other than that for which the fee is imposed. And the last one, kind of germane to this conversation, is the amount of a fee imposed must not exceed the proportional cost of the service attributable to the parcel. That's when you design a rate study, the rate study works within the confines of the substantive requirements of Prop 218 to determine what the number is. The procedural aspects of 218, the affected property owners, normally basically your customers or owners that are immediately capable of receiving service, go on the list. They received this mailed notice. The mailed notice lets them know that there's a rate increase. It identifies the amount of the increase, the date, location of a public hearing, and their ability to lodge a protest. The public hearing that described in the notice can't occur for at least 45 days from the date of the mailing. And then at the actual, public hearing, it's one parcel, one protest. And so if there's 1,000 affected parcels, they can submit protests, and if there's 501 protests submitted, then the agency cannot increase the rate as advertised. The one thing I'll comment on this, just for nomenclature, is it's not an election, it's not a vote. The reason, it gets blurry, but the reason why we say protest is because Prop 218s includes assessments. And for assessment, there are ballot elections and there are weighted elections, and so it can confuse things. So we have a majority protest for Prop 218. Questions on 218?
Just so if the majority is protest, so you're 501 out of the 1,000, what's the next step? You start the whole process again. So you have to go through a new rate study, or you just make a new proposal for an increase and do the notice? Can you start just with the procedural?
You can, but there's probably a reason why there was a successful protest to begin with. What I've seen happen, I actually have a client that has a very, very, very small customer base. And what the rate that the rate study determined, they felt it was too high. And so they had kind of an ad hoc, let's meet, let's talk. And they basically had a negotiated rate. And they did a modified rate study based upon what was the agreed upon rate. They started the process over the 45 days, the notices, put it back up for another public hearing, and there was no protest in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would start the process again, and what you're saying, if they're objecting, is then perhaps you go back to your rate study that you made certain assumptions, and you might alter the assumptions, make an adjustment, but you go through this whole process again. Okay, you don't have to wait, you just start the process.
No, there is nothing that says you have to wait, again, because it's normally a political issue, and so it's the rate studies aren't cheap. And so if you have a district that got killed on its public hearing, it's difficult for them to justify going and spending another 50 or 60,000, knowing that they're gonna get denied again. So they come up with something completely different, is in my experience.
So Paula knows, I think, probably had something to do with this. If you want to comply with procedural requirements pretty closely, and that gets complicated, particularly at CSUMB, where there are assessor parcel numbers for houses sitting on land that has a different assessor's parcel number. Not sure how that gets counted, but we send notices to both. But tenants can also submit a protest. Property owners, I understand it.
There's a split in the authority in the case law, and the rule that most jurisdictions follow now is that if the tenant is responsible for paying the bill, then the agency can honor that protest if they submit it.
But only one protest will be
There's
counted.
Only one per person.
Yeah.
But then how per parcel, then how do you administratively get proof they're paying the bill? That sounds like a nightmare for our staff.
Well, you're assuming that there's more than 100. We don't generally see more
In 2018, did we have 7?
I think it was 7.
There were 7 protests in 2018.
Right.
Just,
But you just want to make sure you haven't left any holes in your compliance with the procedural requirements. So one of those 7 then sues you and overturns everything.
in the city of Marina, where we saw, because people came to city council to discuss this and lodge a protest or urge the city to lodge a protest, is because Abrams Park is one vote, city of Marina, the owner, because they are billed for their water and sewer through the rents. Preston Park is individually paid, so those tenants could lodge their own protest. So that was
But
it
only one of those protests would have counted.
for all of Preston Park.
For all in Preston Park. right.
Okay,
So
So you got Paula Pelosi.
So this is why like trailer parks is a big deal,
Yeah.
right? Cause one of the trailer park owners throws up a flag. Okay, fine, you know, it's one vote, but they want to vote all two hundred twenty-three.
Okay,
But
so
it's not
that
a
you
vote.
can only do one, even though they're individually paying their bills
It's per parcel.
Yeah.
per parcel.
Parcel. Alright.
So well, Preston Park is multiple parcels, so they would get multiple votes.
Mhm.
So you counted the parcels, they might have 6. I don't know how many they have hypothetically. So 6 people could vote.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So David, just going back to your comment about O and M, is that this one, this referring to the substantial requirement, revenues derived from the charge does not exceed the funds required to provide the service. So the service is the O and M cost?
It could be, well, no, excuse me, the service. Providing the service would be water and sewer.
Oh,
And so whatever it costs us to provide water and sewer, we can't charge more than
but in that service is the O and M cost, right, to maintain?
that's what, again, it doesn't have to be that way, but for Marina Coast is set up. So that is the bulk of your charge, yes. There are some capital facilities costs and we'll touch that. So you're aware of it, but yeah, the bulk of those costs are on that.
Financing costs.
But going back to the examples that we're talking about, wastewater, there's 16, right? Wastewater lift stations, that's a huge O and M cost, right?
Yeah.
Which would be different than the O and M costs in Central
Marina
Marina.
with 4.
So when we're talking about fair, we have to realize what we're talking about. Fair is, you have 14, you have to maintain, 16. Derek said 16 compared to the 3. And that's included in that service,
Yes,
so.
and it's like that across the board, right? There's 2 tanks to 5, there's 2 wells to 5, 2 tanks to 7. There's, the proportionality, oddly enough, it's 75-25. But overall, it's 1/3 to 2/3.
Okay.
So it would be, Rita,
No, I'm sorry.
it's more than, it's more like the district assets, if you will. They're what are requiring to provide the service. So the cost of the service to that parcel doesn't matter who's in that parcel, it's numbers of parcels or numbers of accounts for that are paying those costs. So I'm just kind of thinking in my mind, I usually use 1/10 the average use of water at my house, but my parcel is a single family dwelling, just like just like a lot of other parcels around me. Those parcels have to pay, even if my neighbor loves gardens and puts a lot of vegetables in the gardens and uses more water, we're still supporting the cost of the district, like the assets of the district. And so it makes me think that it's more, I'm not complaining about my meter charge, but I don't pay 1/10 of the meter charge just because I use 1/10 of the water. I pay into the system. It's kind of like emptying up in a poker game, maybe. I pay to support the system that can provide the service to my parcel.
And I think that's kind of what Ren was talking about capacity. We don't control how much anybody uses. We don't dictate, maybe 1 month you use more, 1 month you use less. The service we're providing isn't just the amount of water that comes, it's the ability for you to, at any time, to use
However much you need.
whatever you're up to. And that's included in the bundle of what the service.
The fire hydrants, everything.
Yeah,
That's correct.
okay.
But that's a good question too. What's the breakdown of the meter charge? What's being paid out of that charge?
What's the breakdown?
That's the rate study, isn't it?
Yeah,
Right.
so the rate study does.
That's what we'll find out.
Yes.
Okay.
What's that what's in there?
And one of our touch points and obligations as a board is, this is the difference between fixed costs and variable costs.
Okay,
We have a variable charge in terms of consumption rate, to try and encourage through financial mechanisms, water conservation.
No, don't say that.
That's not true.
Price elasticity of demand is not why we do tiers.
That's right.
That's San Juan Capistrano. Don't go there.
No, but what I'm saying is the more water you use, I'm not talking about tiered rates, the more water you use, the more your bill is going to be. All right, so even if we just had one tier, we're still gonna have a fixed cost and a variable cost. The political question for the board is whether to match those up exactly with our real fixed costs versus our real variable costs.
Yeah,
And sometimes to do that, we be maybe higher fixed costs and lower variable costs. But then you lose the connection between consumption and your bill with your rate collection. So there's, when we get to the rate making process, we'll get some advice and they'll probably give us some options. And we'll have to make a political decision as to where we want to land on that.
The other thing to follow up on that is, in the case law dealing with 218 and rate challenges gets it, is that these are all forecasts and they're all estimates. It's based on a lot of this is based on your budget. The budget is by definition, it's a forecast. And so judges aren't equipped to set rates. That's not what they do. So they just look at the record, and the record, did the consultant, did they do a good enough job in the rate study that I can track the map. I can see the steps. They don't make a decision. Well, I think that their fixed cost should be higher and the tiers should be lower because it helps out. They don't look at that. The review is there substantial evidence in the record to support the determination that was made? And they acknowledge that, you may come, unless it's completely out of whack. Yes, you may have physical evidence showing that, well, in year 2017, you estimated that it was gonna cost, $100,000 for O&M, but it's only $90,000. Well, that's for the law, and that's a trifle. They don't get into that.
All right, yes, to Tom's point, the board will set the percentages. And in the past practice, a long time ago, 10 years ago, it was recommended that it be a 70-30 split, 30% fixed, 70% variable. But as we went through the drought, districts went to a 50-50 split because they realized that as you conserve more, it put districts in a precarious financial position. So 50-50 was kind of the settling ground where everybody was saying, okay, we're going to cost recovery in this area. Chances are, that's kind of where we're at now.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah. Okay. We ready to take the next?
The
bit?
small print?
The next bit to our.
Yeah, next slide there. There's two parts. The left is just a full quote from Morgan versus IAD and Imperial Irrigation District, and the right is, I pulled that from the Prop 218 guide for special districts, just so you guys get a flavor that it's not just me here pulling this out of my backside making. I mean, this is where it comes from. The 218 special districts guide talks about it enshrines what the proportionality should be talking about. And the Morgan case talks about the different customer classes and the different rate classes. Because one of the challenges in this case was that, well, no, Prop 218 requires you to have, everybody has to have the same rate within an agency, and the court dismissed that and said absolutely not. It's clear that section 6 of Prop 218 contemplates customers paying different amounts. And what they said is that the cap requirement, meaning the total cost to provide the whole service for 100%, you can't make money off that. You can't exceed that. But within that, the aggregate can be based and has to be based on the different classes themselves. In this case, for us, we have the Lord customer and the Marina customer. And again, just to finish, There's nothing in section six that prohibits an agency from charging different rates to its customers as long as the fees paid by customers are proportional to the total amount of the agency collects does not surpass the cost of providing the service in the aggregate. Questions?
No, Marina Coast paraded this case around in front of everybody
Yeah.
at Fora when it did its presentation and argued about the rate differences. You guys did a good job.
Thank you. Can you say that part again?
You guys did a good job.
Thank
I mean, it was informative because we were looking at your budget
Yeah,
and that's where customers were complaining. And why is there difference?
okay.
So, this fact that you educated all of us with a case law, that made me feel good about decisions.
It's, I mean, 218 is complicated and it elicits different opinions, obviously, because
Visceral responses.
it can be, yeah, because you're talking about customers' bills and you're talking about somebody paying more than what they think is right, and that it can be problematic, which is why we go through this and which is why we do the rate study. Next slide, Taylor.
But it's still subjective. I mean, they were trying to get it as objective as possible, but you can't, you know, it's still subject to the people basically, and
I don't disagree with that, that's right. I mean, until there's the robot or the AI program that can spit out the exact, we're left with judgment and it's forecasting. And like I said, all we're doing is working within the framework of the law. I don't want to get into it too much, but I do want to make everyone aware of Prop 26. This is this was to close the loopholes that came up out of 218. This was adopted in 2010. Again, in a minute, Article 13A. Basically, what Prop 26 does is it drastically changed the definition of a tax. And the implication of that is if something is a tax, it requires a 2/3 vote. And so what Prop 26 says is everything's a tax unless it falls into one of these 7 exceptions. And so for purposes of Marina Coast, it's not a big issue. I just want to make you aware of it. And what Prop 26 did is it allowed a lot of plaintiffs' counsels to bring kind of new and novel claims to rates that didn't exist before. One of which, let me read, since we're on it, let me read one of the. One of the exceptions for tax. So if it meets this, it's not a tax. It's a charge imposed for a specific benefit conferred or privilege granted directly to the payor that is not provided to those not charged, and which does not exceed the reasonable cost to the local government of conferring the benefit or granting the privilege. Where we've seen challenges to this is where an agency will collect as a portion of its rate for low income customers. And so the challenge is that I don't get any specific benefit out of that, but I'm paying for it. Therefore, it's a tax. And that's what a lot of those challenges are.
Interesting.
Questions? Next slide. Probably in 2016, I'm guessing, 2017, the district engaged rural engineers to start on the cost of service and rate study for the 4 cost centers. I picked that page because that's kind of their introductory, and it spells out that the rate design involves the developing a rate structure that proportionally recovers costs from customers from each of the district's 4 cost centers. So it mirrors the 1998 agreement, it mirrors the ordinance, and it mirrors Prop 18. And so what Corolla did, and that's a pretty extensive process. They don't just go to a couple meetings and look at your budgets. They go out, they investigate they come up, they have their model, where they come up and they figure out what the details are, so they can put those numbers into their model to come up with a determinable rate.
And now we would be with 6 cost ups and. Did our components go in here?
So they will, right? Because the cycle water has its own, it's gonna have its
And
own
the
rate
GSA.
structure, it's gonna get its own. And the GSA has its own.
So this would be modified,
So this will just say that instead of 4, it'll have 6.
right?
But this is from 218.
Yeah.
No, I understood that. I'm
It's
just
gonna
trying
be
to say is that
The
it's,
new, the new
it's-
2.
So in other words, they could charge you, even though you don't use it or get up to the capacity or whatever, they can charge you based upon what you could use, but you don't normally, but you wouldn't normally use it.
That's defensible. If it's proportional to everybody, yeah, and that's the same deal that everybody has, yes. They
And that
can,
doesn't make it fair, but it's just, that's just the metric that they use to say,
and
this is the justification for us charging you, because whether or not you use it to the capacity, we're gonna charge you for that.
yeah, I mean, especially on sewer, because it's. As it exists right now, is there a way of metering the
how many
actual
times you flush?
wastewater discharge?
Exactly.
So
That's
it's,
why the consumption going both ways is the most fair.
well, but okay, and it may be, what's the cost to employ that method?
Huge.
I don't know.
I mean, and so you're getting to a point of talking about ultimate fairness as a policy decision. Does it justify spending,
I don't know.
even if it can be done?
I don't think you, yeah.
I don't propose no, I'm just, those are the issues.
Right.
I mean, the only thing I would say, if I can, President Trainer, is that Director Moore, when you say fairness, to me, that's subjective, right? If they're saying it's proportional to me is fairness, right? That's what the Prop 218 is saying, it's proportional.
Yeah.
In an objective way. You keep adding a narrative of fairness, but that's subjective to your point of view. I'm understanding in Prop 218 that the way they try to put in this fairness, we keep bringing up that word, is it's proportional. So the question is, has it been proportional so far? From our studies in the past. So I would say that I wouldn't use the word fairness. I think we should stay with the language, because as we communicate to the public, everyone's fairness is gonna be a little bit different. And we have to stay clear with that, we are being proportional. Now, whether you disagree with that proportion, that's completely different, but I think we should be really careful about that word fairness.
Well, my point is wanting to make it understandable and transparent. And what's more simple than to say, if you, for example, like me and my wife, we rarely go for 4 units of water every month. That's what we should be charged for our sewage. So simple, it's the law of physics. You take in 4 units, you get rid of 4 units. What's so complicated with that? If you have a large family, or if you have one person living in a household, very simple. They shouldn't be paying, even though they live in the same house, same parcel, they shouldn't be paying the same amount as a family of 5 or 6. That's ridiculous.
Were you finished?
Well, so sometimes when I think about problems, particularly, there's not an absolute immediate, obvious right answer to whatever the question is. I think about extremes. So we know that we have homeowners in Sea Haven and probably some in the dunes who bought second homes there. And they spend 6 months in Italy and 6 months here. So I gotta say, Brad, by your argument, those 6 months they're gone, they should get a 0 bill from Marina Coast Water District. Right? 'Cause
Well,
they
I don't
use-
wanna complicate things, but there are units in the dunes that actually have 2 meters. Why is that?
That I have
Choose-
no idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Oh, anyway, I didn't wanna get out and throw you off, but
This is recycled water.
Possible irrigation, but.
no, they have actually 2 separate meters and they're being charged 2 separate. Rates. They get 2 separate bills. But anyway,
Yeah.
I see what your point is, but no,
Is that a
that
secondary
is fair.
dwelling?
If they're not producing any,
Exactly.
why should they pay?
There's two different families.
Because
They have that certain meter fee, and that's what everyone pays regardless if they flush their
you're
toilet.
only talking about the consumption charge, not the fixed charge. Okay, I misunderstood. And we'll be able to, when we get to the
Right.
state study, we'll be able.
You can
to-
address those, exactly.
Yeah, we can address them. You may or may not like the answer we get.
No, but there could be like a certain, there should be like a minimum fee, regardless of if you flush the toilet or not. But it shouldn't be more than your consumption.
Okay.
Oh, so just let me just, oh, sorry, you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just to clarify, you're just talking about consumption, not the fix. You're okay with the fix being different, right?
Well, that's what we're with the meter study. I don't know what goes into that, so.
When you say meter study, what do you mean?
It means the rate study. We'll look
Oh,
at fixed
okay.
costs versus
Fixed cost.
Okay.
So I think one of the, so some language change that's happening in the industry is they're changing the fixed fee to ready to serve. So that's the charge, that the ready to serve is all the infrastructure that's ready to deliver service to you. Cause it's different, but it's the vernacular.
To Tom's example about the couple that's gone for 6 months out of the year, they may not be using their sewer, but
But we're maintaining it so it's there when they come back.
exactly, it's a stand, it's the
Well,
whole
that's
thing
what
doesn't
that fixed,
shut
where
down.
we can easily agree on a fixed, hey, you have it there, you're gonna pay that. But don't overcharge someone that's just one person versus someone in the same house with 5. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, and I think that's to the point of what we're trying to do here is to understand that we're headed towards proportionality.
Right.
And the board and staff and our consultant are going to go through the forecast models and develop the data sets necessary so that we can say, yes, we can go down that far. Is that how far we want to go? And does this demonstrate proportionality?
Think how that encourages conservation. The less they use, the less they flush.
But
I think it's
Jan,
great.
Jan, you used an example of your neighbor who gardens and that water, so they're using 10 instead of 4, like you and your wife. And it's not going down the toilet, it is going into the ground. So they, based on your model that you're discussing, is that they would be charged for the 10 as if they were using the sewer for that all to be flushed. So there's just so many variables. And I understand, I've never done this rate study, it's gonna be the first time through. But I do understand that what you're articulating is, what assumptions will be made by us in setting that. And those assumptions are the variables. So you're making some very good points and all of us will be looking at that and hearing your viewpoint is valuable. Tonight, I think you're just trying to tell us, here's the process, it's coming. We'll get to those variables when we start talking about the rate study and hire a consultant, which sounds like that's a monumental chore.
Yeah, Director Memorial, you're gonna be wildly disappointed when I get into the rate study. There's not a lot in there in this go around. But
Yeah.
These are all issues that will come to bear.
This is the structure of the law that you're trying to,
And I'm just pulling
Really get it.
some pull quotes from the rate study to kind of show why they arrived at a higher rate within the framework.
But this is really the meat and potatoes of our ratepayers. If anything, they're gonna know about and focus on are their.
Absolutely.
They don't care what the staff does here or whatever, they don't have a clue. And a lot of times I'll go out, I have business cards. The reason why I do that is to say, hey, do you know you have a board? And there are so many people that, really? Yeah, I thought I just turned the faucet on, the water comes out.
That's all they care
So
about.
it's an education, but they do know about their bills.
Right.
Yep.
my only response to that is that the rates have to pay for the staff that they don't know what they're doing. But the reason they can turn on their water and flush their toilet is because of all this staff and the office staff and everything that supports this. So that's part of the rate.
And I don't think they have a problem with it as long as they understand where is that money going? And are we paying what we should be paying.
Right, absolutely understood. And I look forward to all of those individuals participating in the public meetings. Not before Prop 45, the 45 days and those public
They're not
hearings.
protest.
I'm talking about in the meetings when we're going through this analysis, when our presentation from our experts and the discussion of the board is deciding what those factors are and what weights are given to factors in setting rates. That's when the public needs to be here. So our outreach committee can work on, how do you tell people we're doing a rate study? Come play the game with us. That's where the input is valuable to each of us to understand that it's not our perspective, it's a collective perspective of all of our clientele. The customers, you guys call them.
You better go out there and pound the pavement to get it.
I will.
Because it's gonna be the same group of people here looking at each other if past is.
Knock on wood, then, please.
Well, I just consider this a public invite, so.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
Taylor, next slide, please. These are really just the basic numbers, on the right. This is from the 2018 Corolla study. It shows, the Marina water O&M costs and the lower highlighted line. I'm gonna just for fiscal year 2023, the O&M costs are 4.287. And then if you go down during that same time period, the water O&M costs are 7.705. That's the difference between providing O&M for both of the service areas. The direct costs for that. I will also point out on the left at the top, I don't want to mislead because the capital issue is not, it's not a direct function of the rate, but I do just want to point out the disparity between the estimated capital costs between the two service centers. For Marina Water, it's 317, and for Old Water, it's 854. The table below, I do want to point out there is a portion of capital costs that are rolled into the rates and recovered by the rates. And it's paid by existing users. And Marina, correct me if I'm wrong, that is a certain portion of debt service for capital replacement.
Yes, so, but the board gets to decide what its capital tempo is, right? Are we gonna run a $5 million program, a $7 million program, a $10 million program? And that's something that our budget and engineering committee's been working on.
And it wouldn't let me highlight the numbers. So for the existing users for the capital component of the rate for the Central Marina water service area, 1.67 million. For the Ward community, 5.08 million. That does have a direct bearing on the rate itself. Questions?
A lot more capital investment in your communities, by surprise.
And that is a direct bearing on the first slides we talked about. I mean, there's just completely different systems. It's a bigger system, different quality.
Okay.
Question?
No, thank you. All right.
Next, please. So these figures on the preceding page were the direct costs. There are what are called indirect costs, and Remy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of that is those are costs that are shared specifically by each of the cost centers. For example, some admin and what is it, like customer billing, right? There's a cost in that.
Internal services, so things finance providing services to our O&M functions. Those are, I don't want to call them soft costs, but it's an internal service cost.
Wouldn't you say all the folks from staff sitting in the room tonight are those sort of unallocable costs? You can't say this goes to the Ord community or Central Marina.
So that one can do it more than most. He can do it also. He's stuck in the GSA, but also lives a certain portion in the water resources. He's total overhead like me and Paula, you know, we can't do anything without her. So she just gets her own cost.
There you go. I think for your question too, don't you in the field have a thing where you tell a computer which area you're working in?
Yeah,
When you're in the field.
that's what I'm saying. is
Yeah.
These gentlemen over on this side of the room,
Yeah.
we can book their costs to the specific sub accounts quite easily.
But my point was not right this instant.
No, right
Oh,
now,
yeah.
they're working on.
General.
To everybody.
You're their volunteer,
They're all-
volunteers right now.
Yeah, they're all exempt, so nobody's charging anything.
Yeah. Got a little comp time here.
So as the Corolla cost allocation study indicates, 23% of the total cost to provide service falls under these indirect costs. And so what they did is they did a further breakdown to how to divide and where to allocate that 23%. And they determined that marina water was 25% of that 23%, and ore water was 54% of that 24% or 23%. And those costs were split. It was customer building, GSA, some of the annexation, and then the master plan costs for some of those indirect. Questions? Next, yeah. So based upon all of the studies, the budgets, the information, the working with staff, the coming to meetings, the sharpening of the pencil, this is actually pulled from the notice that was mailed out.
This is what you mail?
Part of it. That's the backside of the flyer. And what this is, I've identified the actual rates, the ones that are highlighted in 2022. Showing the rate differential.
Now, these are rate forecasts and we choose how many years in the future. Right? But is there a maximum? We have to go up to 18, is it 5 years?
Five generally, yeah.
So the board choice is 5 years and you don't have to spend staff time again on it for another 5 years. Right? So that's the good news. Bad news is the court cases, possible change in the law may affect things 5 years hence, the next time you have to do this. And B, those procedural requirements are pretty complicated. And now 5 years hence, who remembers what you went through 5 years ago?
All of those.
It's new board members also.
And it's your board members, so it's a board choice. I mean, you could do one every year if you wanted to. You could do one every 2 years. You do it every 3 years, but it's pretty painful from staff perspective. So no surprise, I might advocate for 5 years.
It's pretty painful from a board perspective too. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of work here. But it also, the rate that you decide, the percentages, you can always go under what
Right.
you approve. So there's a lot of flexibility inside of the space you build. So if we perform better than expected and revenues are going well and reserves are full, boards can say, you know, we approved a 5% rate increase in year 4, we're gonna do a 3.
As long as you don't experience tremendous inflation.
These are.
Well, they're all factors,
Yeah.
case by case basis.
Yeah, good thing that's not happening.
Yeah. But you know, it's like a lot of things, you guys, the rate, Hillebrand, our rate provider, and Mary and I will be building a forecast, and that's, you know, that's as good as the model's only as good as our assumptions and how strong our assumptions are.
Right.
And that forecast will then inform our rate study, and we'll be talking to the department heads, and the department heads will say, you know, X, Y, and Z, we're expecting this to fail, or this is on its last legs. I have this capital tempo I need to get done. I need the GSA to be in this position. I need more staff or whatever that is, Laserfish needs to come online and we're trying to do these other things. Assuming all of that track works and I'm gonna, I'll jump into Gail's camp a little bit. The strategic plan informs a lot of what you're asking me to accomplish in the next 5 years and how you want the district to be positioned financially. So that forecast takes all that together and then we'll come to you as we move through the process and say, this is what we think the revenue requirement is. This is how many customers we have now, and this is how many customers we think we'll have. These are the projections. This is what the rate structure looks like. And in my past practice, it's with capitals, kind of the push-pull, where we can say, what kind of capital tempo do you want to be engaged in? And in this case, knowing this framework, we can subdivide that into, this is how fast Marina is moving, this is how fast Or's moving. This is where we want to focus the majority of our efforts. So there's a lot of pieces that we do to get us into a place where we're going to decide what this annual percentage is. This is not a trivial process, to your point, Tom. We go through it, yes, every 5 years, and it's a lot of work. But it's good work. As long as we're putting in good data and we're making good assumptions, we can bring to you something that is logical, is absolutely transparent, and proportional to our customers. I don't think that there's a person in this room that is out to gouge anybody. If on the other, I would say it's it swings to the other side. We're a resource custodian and we're here to protect our communities and we're here to do it at the lowest cost possible. Sorry, I'll get off myself.
Yeah.
No, I was glad to hear the strategic plan was in there.
It's coming. All right.
Questions on that?
Oh, wait.
Taylor, you can go to the last slide, please. These are just some minor kind of last minute housekeeping, matters. The question came up in 2014 specifically because we have four cost centers, as it were. Do we need to require then separate Prop 218 proceedings for each? Actually, the Morgan case that I cited says, no, you don't do that. And in fact, if you were to do that, it could present a reverse Prop 218 problem. Because if you had, say you had two service centers, you had two separate Prop 218s. And so in our example, if one, there was a majority protest, you couldn't increase the rate. And this one was successful, well, they still have the indirect costs that they have to pay. And so these folks are now having to pay, and now these folks wind up subsidizing the folks that have majority protests. And so that in itself violates Prop 218. So the recommendation is that it's one single 218 process. I did want to point out that as we talked about the code, the ordinance 43, it allows the board, like I said, once there's equilibrium and once everything is, the proportional is the same between the two service centers, the board has the ability to come up with a uniform rate between Ord and Marina. That day may be very far down the road, or maybe nearer than we think, I don't know. The last question is, I don't know whether or not you have an update specifically on what we can expect as far as the 2024 process. Where are we at in that, and what's the next?
So the contract has been let to Mark Hildebrand Associates. They were the sole respondent to our query. We will be meeting them in this mode at the December meeting, where he'll go through the front end process that he will be going through. I'll be asking him to take us through a tertiary look at his rate making model, give us kind of the lay of the land, and talk us through the timeline. I am meeting with Mary and Mark and Martin to start preparing the PR component of it, and we'll be bringing that to the outreach committee. as we move forward, so that we're trying to get ahead of it so that the public understands this is happening. To try to drive some participation, right? I mean, more is way better than less. And hearing those voices as we're preparing these documents and preparing to make the assumptions necessary and to hear the input, right? That's all. It's all super important, and we want as much participation as possible. That's not a, I'm not putting a strong man anywhere. Anyway, so that's how that's moving. And then, to connect it, we're also, Martin is putting together a schedule for me for the strategic plan so that what I'm trying to accomplish is these two to kind of move together through time, because right as they both land, we're gonna start building the budget at the end of quarter one and into quarter two. We're underway.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Wow. So everybody feels clear and, have full understanding?
Oh, I'm ready
Framework?
for my 1 hour of continuing education at the
I'll
bar.
sign it
Sign
in, put on.
Yeah.
Well done. Now with the shared screen, I can't tell if we have any members of the public, but we usually go to the public after we make a motion. In this case, we're just receiving a presentation, so we can go to the public and ask if there's anyone out there who has any questions regarding the, okay, and I do see somebody with a hand up. So we'll go to Sherry Damon. Staff, can you make sure she can unmute herself?
Strange, it doesn't show her muted or unmuted.
No, but I think all the attendees are generally muted and doesn't really show.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, so now Ms. Damon, can you unmute yourself? Yeah,
Am I unmuted now? I
yeah,
hope.
now I hear, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. What a very informative presentation. I had a question on the comparison between the Ord community screen. There was a slide that was shown that said the Ord community has 158.22 miles of pipeline and 6,380 customers. And my question is, how many miles of that pipeline serve the federal enclave in the Ord community? I'm assuming that that includes customers in the federal enclave, but maybe not. And how many miles of pipeline actually serve those federal customers? And then a related question is, and I think this goes to Board Member Morton's point about the number of votes, and it be 1 vote per 1 parcel. How many votes then does the enclave, if it includes the enclave, federal enclave, have? Is it 1 for the federal government total, and or multiple votes? And CSUMB, it sounds like, or the tenants, that parcel would only get 1 vote, even though there are several hundred customers potentially out there. Just looking for clarification on the data points.
Let's not do a back and forth. When we finish with the public comment, we can address that.
Yeah, real quick, I'll, just to the end, as far as
All right.
I'll
go ahead.
take the back end.
She was asking for all the public comment before we started.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Otherwise, you'll get into a big back and
Okay,
forth.
oh, yeah.
So please don't. I know in the board it was good to
Oh,
do that, but
okay, please. Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
thank you. Are you finished, Ms. Damon?
I think so. I mean, at this point, I'm just looking for clarification of the information. And if you wouldn't mind if somebody could provide me with a copy of the PowerPoint presentation, that would be fabulous.
Okay, and then go ahead, staff, and we'll move on to the next public commenter. So you can, thank you. I'm sorry, I should announce before I go to the public, and I I sometimes do and I sometimes forget to. But what we do for public comment is we take all the comments, including questions, and at the end, we just simply respond to those questions. And a lot of times I've seen it happen where you'll answer a question, but then there's a follow-up question, and then it turns into a long back and forth. And that's what I think it's better outside of a board meeting to do a long back and forth. But inside the board meeting, I want to keep it contained.
No problem at all.
Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you.
If you would like to answer the question, you can now, but I would suggest that staff work with Damon and clarify those questions later. What's your preference?
That's fine. I think we can answer the parcel question.
Yeah.
We don't have the data for the other question.
Okay,
Yeah, sure. As far as the specific parcel questions, I honestly don't know, I don't know that we'll know until we go through and identify the affected customers, and once it comes up, to the extent it's one parcel, then yes, they would only be entitled to one protest per parcel. But to your specific parcel questions, I just don't know. I don't have the data in front of me.
you want to weigh in on the question?
Yeah, just a little bit. So I did at one point a couple of years ago, take a look at some specific areas of housing at CSUMB where the faculty members own the house and there is an APN for the house. The house is a tenant on the land, and there's a separate, different APN for the land, which is owned by the CSUMB Housing Corporation. So the CSUMB Housing Corporation could put in a protest, I suppose, on that one larger parcel, but any one of those professors could put in a vote on their house's APN parcel, as I understand it, or their
You
tenants.
just said no before.
Yeah.
It's the real property.
The real property.
It's not necessarily that there's individual units that have an APN. Again, this gets back to not having the benefit of seeing the layout of the parcel. I'm sorry, I can't speak to it real.
I was told last time we did this, we just went and got all the APNs within our service area. We didn't sort out whether it was for a house only or the real estate under the house.
Correct, and we'll do the same this time. We'll take all the customer accounts, we'll take all the APNs that are available within the service area, and we will send notices to everybody. Once we get the protest,
Then we sort.
out the argument, right? So all the trailers in said, whatever trailer park, the Snowy Mountain Trailer Park, everybody gets one. And when the protests come in, we will account for who's in what bucket. So maximum coverage, and then we'll deal with the vote on the back end. Okay?
It is complicated, though, and we will get it clear before launching. Thank you for your understanding on that. And the copy of the PowerPoint can be provided.
Absolutely.
You'll follow up. Thank you for that, everyone. All right, then we'll move on to the board member, where are we? Excuse me. We'll move on to informational items. General manager report.
I really don't have anything more to add to this meeting. Thank you everybody for all of the work.
What's the, okay, then committee and board liaison reports, budget and engineering committee.
Budget and Engineering Committee continues to refine. Excuse me. Our retention policies. We expect to have it reviewed in December.
We will have it for the board meeting in December.
Sorry. I
You
just
got the-
said that.
You got the tickle now too. All right.
Yes. And it's been a great collaboration between our committee members and our staff. And that's what we've been focused on, nothing else in that committee.
Thank you. Executive committee?
Yeah, we had a long discussion about, what we put on the agenda, and we kind of think about different things that come in, and what we really focus on when we create an agenda is the impact to the district, short-term and kind of long-term. We have to kind of like balance out what those kind of topics are. Right now, we're in a situation where, we have Prop 218, we have the strategic plan, we have this reservation policy that's gonna come forward. And so we're thinking about, okay, what space do we need to have so that the board members and the staff have the right timing to digest this information and still make really constructive decisions. And so part of the executive committee is basically getting everyone's kind of ideas for agendas and to figure out what really works for us. And so I just want to share with the board, sometimes those are difficult conversations because we do want to put everything in, but at the same time, we really have to figure out what's the most impactful. And so sometimes you'll get a board packet with just one action item because we believe that that's what we really need to focus on. And so this is a good example of us kind of focusing on what happened in closed session and this action item. And so I just want to share that with the board, that there's a lot of discussion that happens in the executive committee when we look at agenda items.
That balance is obvious. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Community Outreach Committee?
Right?
Sure. We received an update from our communications and outreach, vendor, Martin Roush, I think most of you are familiar with him. And what was interesting, so he went over, how many hits we got on our website and the continuing, I've been getting almost every week. So they're really getting out with a lot of information. He also indicated that the district, Marina Coast Water District, now has a spot on Nextdoor. I don't know if anyone's familiar with, I don't use Nextdoor, but we finally got in on that. I guess it was a procedure that agencies have to go through to get on. So we're actually on that one right now. So that gives another opportunity for people to, to interact with each other. And then also, we're giving a presentation of the draft homeowners association presentation. So, I think we had indicated before that we wanted to go after the various HOAs out there to really let them know what we do here. So, that was a really good presentation. And also, Ram, our general manager, gave an update in terms of our student interns. And I don't know if you wanted to mention something about who we have on staff right now.
Sure, we have, we updated the board on the 3 that we have so far, 4th on the way. So we have 1 right now from MPC and engineering, and then we have 2 from CSUMB, 1 in O&M and 1 in conservation, and we're working on picking up a 4th to work in our IT unit. This is really kind of the groundwork that we're doing at the staff level to try to make sure that we're, for lack of a better word, pipelining people into our industry, or at least letting young people understand or know what being in the water business is and what pathways are available when you get it.
And then the final thing to identify for future committee meetings, we wanted to look at our social media policy and update that.
Okay, good. Nice. And then M1 Water?
Yeah, so last board meeting was the 30th of October. And there were really 2 major action items on it. One was simply a report, an update on the existing customer assistance program. It did not get used as much as we had hoped. It is, by the way, compliance with Prop 218, funded in no way by rates collected from our customers. It is funded from things like interest earned on money that we have in the bank, non-ratepayer funding. So they're looking for some ways to possibly get some expansion in that program to help the folks who have more financial difficulties in the world. And then the big item that was approved was to change our billing agent from a commercial company that has had a couple of serious missteps in the past 2 or 3 years over to the tax rolls.
Yeah.
So that will be moving forward over the next 6 to 9 months, probably until sometime next fall. And those bills stop coming once every 2 months to you and start showing up in your tax invoice for those who are property owners. And then Yeah, on Thursday, we have the Recycled Water Committee meeting that I sit on. I have not had a chance to read the board packet yet. But in case anyone from staff or the board or the public, there is an item to consider recommending approval of a contract with Larry Walker Associates for NPDS permit services, including for the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. There's also an item to consider recommending rejecting the bid from Monterey Peninsula Engineering for the CP 356 Fort Ord Interceptor Repair Project. I don't know if that has any bearing that staff would be interested in, but you can go to the Monterey One Water website if you haven't had a chance to do so and download the entirety of whatever staff's having some. And the next meeting is the 27th of November. That's my report.
Thank you. Well, okay, next item is number 12, board member requests for future agenda items. I think I went a little bit over it, but you reiterated a little bit about how the role of the executive committee is to review the agenda item requests. So we want to make sure you get those agenda item requests in early.
Just clarification, so they go directly to you and to,
Vice President.
and the vice president?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we just to you and then copy. the
Now
vice
we have a
president.
Brown Act violation.
Well, that's a good point. I think.
Yeah, oh, that's right, that's a good point, so probably just you, right?
No, don't you submit it to Brim?
No, it's submitted
Well, that-
pursuant to the procedures manual submitted to the board president.
I think
Just one.
See, I went through RIM before and then.
Yeah, one. I just know that two is
But
now
it-
three.
I
Yeah,
think-
but you're
It's
not asking for a
just-
decision.
You're not asking for a decision, you're just asking.
So it's just
schedule.
informative, okay.
Yeah, you're just trying to schedule something.
Okay.
so. The
Correct
request,
us if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, yeah.
scheduling is on.
No, I think normally you just send it to the president.
Okay,
That's
don't
fine.
copy, okay, so.
so here's. So here's how we do it, is you would submit it in writing if you like, or you can ask for it during the meeting right now. Then it goes to the executive committee, which will include staff, because staff was gonna create an agenda for the executive committee to work off of. So in that way, there will be 3 board members who know about the request. But we're not discussing amongst ourselves, I vote yes or no on this request. It's gonna come before the board, and that's when we're gonna be discussing the ins and outs. But I think it's not a Brown Act request. Got it. When it comes to the executive committee, but it's asked for by a third director. Because we're just gonna review whether or not it's gonna be on the agenda. It may come as a solo item, or it may come as a conglomerated item, like when we discussed the 6 PM start as part of an overall, how can we make these meetings finish in an effective way?
And the executive committee has an agenda that's posted, that's not a Brown Act issue, it's just the communication of that issue, emailing it to you and including Vice President Cortez, that it's better just if it goes to one person, then once it's at the executive committee, it's not an issue. That's all, it's just communicating that first request.
Okay,
All right,
sounds good.
and then if the request is submitted in writing, then it needs to include a board action, like what do you want the board to do with this agenda item? If you ask for it in the meeting, you don't need to include that second part. And then it says in the board procedures manual, 10 days in advance. So if I look at the December schedule for the executive committee meeting, it looks like it's December 5th. So you would need to count back 10 days before that to put in writing. But honestly, I wouldn't wait until like it doesn't have to be exactly 10 days before the meeting. You could request it in writing tomorrow morning, and then you're well more than 10 days before the executive committee. But yeah, it's a process, and it's in the long run, I think, makes everything go more smoothly. But when I'm describing it, it sounds like a real headache. I'm sorry. But that's why it's a nice time to just say it out in a board meeting, because then I think it's the easiest way. It still goes through the executive committee. And it's not a Brown Act violation if the whole board is hearing about this agenda item request in the meeting. Understand? Okay. All that being said, does anybody have a request for a future agenda item? All right, good. We'll move on to 13, the director's comments, and I try to go alphabetically with the officers last. So Director Imamura, would you like to make any comment?
To the board and the rest of the staff, have a happy Thanksgiving. And especially a safe and healthy Thanksgiving. So anyway, again, I appreciate, I think I said this last meeting, I can't believe, it's been a year since the election and it's been a year next month, my first board meeting. So it's just incredible. So anyway, thank you for your assistance and patience because I'm still kind of on a learning curve. So thank you.
Director Moore?
So, once again, staff, thank you very much. Good prep, good briefing from our attorney on this. I think we had some great discussion tonight, so thank you for that. I also want to express my appreciation to our 2 board members who are a little bit under the weather and their willingness to wear masks and not share whatever virus they have with the rest of us.
Hopefully does.
It's very kind of them and much appreciated.
Director Moore?
So the one thing I did want to share is that, our general manager and I continue to meet. We met with Senator Laird and Dawn Addis, our assemblywoman, trying to bring the issues forward about the need for state funding for some of our capital improvement projects. One in particular that we have invested $500,000 in this year's capital improvement project for the desal, restarting our desal. All the permits being in place, it's an estimated 7.5 million. Our ask was for 5.5 million coming from the state. They don't have anything, they're not ready for a legislative ask until January. So I am expecting that I will get the cooperation of our general manager into continuing to move that forward as we try to bring the issues of Marina Coast Water District to a state awareness. And if there's funding that is available, that we are in line to be considered. So that's what I've been doing on my off hours. And other than that, I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. And I did want to say that Jose is correct. This is a really great family of people. When I've watched you and come to your events, and when I see Jose show up and rave about how all of you get along, it's really remarkable. And it's very moving. It was very touching to see that. So congratulations. And I'll take a job.
You can't while you're a board member.
I know. I was joking.
Me too. Vice President Gordon?
I just want to echo Director Momora's comments. Happy Thanksgiving to all. Thank you for your service and thank you for everything you guys do. Sorry that I missed Jose Rodriguez's kind of recognition, but I just wanted to one story. Derek, if you can pass it along. We had Dad Reed's a few years ago. We brought out the Vector truck and he was our person. He was amazing with the crowd, with the kids, with the parents. They were loving that big truck and his big smile and what he did for that crowd. I mean, I still think about it. And when I walked in, I saw a smile. The first thing I thought about was Dad's Reed and just the impact he has in the public. And so I wasn't here to share that with him, but Derek, if you can, let him know that, that's the type of person that when you see, represents MCWD, I feel proud, the community feels proud, and the ability that he allows the public to just be familial is an important aspect to this whole job. So you can share that with him. I'd really appreciate that. And for all of you, thank you so much for everything you guys do.
You missed it. I think Bill Clark called in and talked about that day during that part of the meeting, and it was very awesome. It's true. It's really awesome how well he represented that day, and I think it goes a long way to building that trust of our community with the water district. the individual faces makes a big difference, and he did a really nice job. Yeah, and I, also want to just take a few minutes because in our past practice, December's meeting is the time when we, elect officers of the board. And in the past practice, when we have a change of officers, we just simply switch seats. And there's no opportunity for speeches. So I wanted to make a short one tonight because in our board procedures manual, it says an officer should not continue, the president should not continue more than 3 years in a row. So this may be my last meeting as president of the board. And I really, really found it to be not only an honor, but a huge learning experience as we went, especially with the staff that were here during the time when I became president. Within, I think, a few weeks, we lost a board member and a GM. And so it's really quite an exciting first few months, in my opinion. I learned a lot. I didn't expect it to be so challenging. And so I'm really grateful that things have sort of stabilized since that time, that we pulled through and we survived those first few months. But I really feel such a strong board that any one of us could be the president or vice president, any one of us could be the officer. It's a commitment a little bit more than what you are already doing to the time and the responsibility. But every one of us has so much to offer our community. And I want to thank you for all of you having such a great attitude toward our community and toward our work together. And my experience has been pretty life-changing. So I hope when you get your turn to be the president, you will find it also a good life change for yourself. And I think it's important for each of us in the role, but especially if you take on that role of presidency, to do what's best for the district. And that's something I occasionally see other people lose track of, but I think with this board of trustees, you would also always try to do what's best for the district as director or president. So I thank all of you. I'm grateful for this publicly owned public resource that we are working on together. And I too echo the sentiment, not the sentiment, of happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and appreciate all of you. And are you gonna try to add something?
I would like to, May, and just say that I very much appreciate how well you've grown into the job over the last 3 years.
Oh, thank you. Very kind. There was a lot of growing, I'm telling you. Well, thank you. As a,
So sweet. This
yeah.
whole meeting, from Jose to now, you guys just want me to have Kleenex.
I know, it's really been a great meeting. Thank you, everyone. The next meeting is scheduled for just a week before Christmas, December 18th, 6 p.m. So we are adjourned.
One.